Good morning, everybody. You're looking at the Ada County Courthouse live in Boise, Idaho, where in 1 hour and 5 minutes, Bryan Kohberger's sentencing hearing is going to happen, and families of the victims will actually get a chance to speak to Bryan Kohberger, and also, Bryan Kohberger will have a chance to speak, but it's unclear if he will actually say anything. This is the sentencing hearing for the Idaho murders in November 2022 when Bryan Kohberger murdered 4 University of Idaho students. So we're going to cover this sentencing hearing. Again, some family members expected to have statements in the hearing. Our viewer Aimu thinks Bryan will not speak. Yes, as our viewer Undead Caesar says, he made a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. So he will be getting, his plea deal was to accept life sentence in prison in exchange for pleading guilty to the murders. So I wanted to come on a little early so we could discuss this. Again, I have the clock up for the hearing, and we're going to discuss the case. We're going to take some of your comments and questions on the air, and then we will watch the sentencing hearing. We will be bringing you live coverage. And again, I have the clock up there for you. But it starts in 1 hour and 3 minutes. Our viewer Mal here thinks Bryan will definitely keep quiet knowing his personality. He won't want to talk until he's in control of the narrative behind bars. Our viewer Jeff Haas says he has nothing to gain from speaking. He is getting 4 life sentences regardless. Awakened One says, why would he speak? He can write a book. So I don't know if a publisher would publish a book from him. Another question is, if he were to publish a book and make a significant amount of money on it, are there civil suits against him for the murders? Could there be civil suits against him if he had a large amount of income coming in? That I don't know. I don't know if families have filed civil suits against him. I'd have to look that up, whether there are civil suits for damages. News Nation, according to News Nation, 3 weeks ago, he could face civil suits, but no such lawsuits have yet been filed. But I do wonder if he will face civil suits. Again, that's a civil suit is when one party sues another for damages. Let's see here. John Board said in the last plea hearing, they said he couldn't write a book. Is that true? Now, I don't remember that. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I don't remember they're saying that he couldn't write a book. Son of Sam law or son of Sam rule? ABC had an article from today. ABC News has an article, CNN has an article from today, and the CNN article says there is no stipulation in his plea agreement from preventing him from doing interviews or writing a book. That's an article from today. Wikipedia says son of Sam law is a son of Sam law is a law designed to keep criminals from profiting from the publicity of their crimes. Such laws often authorize the state to seize money earned from deals. and to use it to compensate criminals' victims. I don't know if Idaho has such a law. Again, it doesn't prevent you from writing a book. The law, I guess, would prevent you from profiting off of it. Okay, anyways. So we're going to talk about this again. The hearing starts in 1 hour. And we're going to go over some details of this. We're going to be covering it live. We will have live video of the hearing. Again, families of the victims. Some families of the victims are supposed to make statements. And they will have the chance, if they want, to address Bryan Kohberger in the hearing. Hey, thank you to... thank you to our moderators who are here. Janet B. is here, moderating. Carms, Roberts Mayqueen. They're all moderating over there on YouTube. Over on Twitch, we have I Got That Fire and Mark HNC. Thanks for moderating. Also on Twitch, thank you to Perfect Fosters for your support. Also, thanks to CC for subscribing, and Farquad for subscribing, and Jazzy Renee for subscribing on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. And thank you to Shannon Davis Hughes and Kay Lowry Body for moderating on Facebook. Thanks also Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars. All right, so let's take a little look at this and talk about this. Hold on a second here. There's a picture of Bryan Kohberger from AP. Bryan Kohberger and his victims' families will have a chance to speak at his sentencing. Thanks, Jacob G. as well. Oh, hold on. What's this? They're showing people walking into the hearing. Look. I don't know if this is family or just non-family observers, but there are some people walking in. I guess I don't even know if they're walking into that hearing. They could be at the courthouse for other things today. Anyways, I wanted to show you that. The Ada County Courthouse. Jazzy Renee said she threw something into the trash can. Yes, we will have video from the courtroom. We will have live video of the hearing. Oops. AP says Bryan Kohberger, the masked man who snuck into a rental home near the University of Idaho campus and stabbed 4 students to death in late 2022, is expected to face the families of his victims in court today at his sentencing hearing. Whether those families will get any answers about why he did it or how he came to target the home on King Road in Moscow, Idaho, remains to be seen. But Kohberger is expected to be sentenced to life in prison for murdering Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, Casey Gonzalez, and Ethan Chapin in the rural college town of Moscow. Is it Moscow? It's been so long since I was talking about the name of the city. Is it Moscow, Idaho, or Moscow, Idaho? I think it's Moscow, but I might be wrong. It is Moscow, Moscow, Idaho, Moscow, Idaho. Ben T said somebody is there live. Thank you, Ben T. Well, this is a live shot, and again, we will have footage from inside the courtroom. Thank you, Bent444. As you look at some officers there outside the courthouse. Thank you to, sorry, not thank you. I want to give you some more information here from AP. A plea deal was reached before a trial. The 4 students were found stabbed to death on November 13th, 2022. The crime horrified the city, which hadn't seen a homicide in about 5 years, and prompted a massive hunt for the perpetrator. Kohberger, a graduate student in criminology at nearby Washington State University, was arrested in Pennsylvania, where his parents lived, roughly 6 weeks after the murders. Police said they recovered DNA from a knife sheath found at the home and used genetic genealogy to identify Kohberger as a possible suspect. Police accessed cell phone data to pinpoint his movements and used surveillance camera footage to help locate a white sedan that was previously seen, repeatedly driving past the home on the night of the killings. A Q-tip from the garbage at his parents' house was used to match Kohberger's DNA to genetic material from the knife sheath, investigators said. The trial had been set to begin next month. In exchange for Kohberger admitting guilt and waiving his right to appeal, prosecutors agreed not to seek his execution. Instead, both sides agreed to recommend that he serve 4 consecutive life sentences without parole for the killings. And that's what he would be expected to get sentenced with. The family's victims were split on how they felt about the plea deal, says AP. David says, why did he do it? Has that been established? No, that has not been established. We'll talk more about that in a second. Frosty says, will we hear impact statements? We will be hearing some statements from family members. Yes. Perfect Foster says he took the plea deal because he didn't want to die. Imagine that. John Colarusso believes that there is no son of Sam law in Idaho, but they do have laws keeping criminals from profiting, primarily through victim restitution and civil lawsuits. That's what our viewer John Colarusso claims. Give me 1 second here. Christina R. says, my heart breaks for the victims' families. Jerry thinks it's ridiculous they offered a plea without a detailed confession. So, as you can see here from AP, Kohberger's motive and many other details are unknown. If they know why Kohberger did it, investigators have not said so publicly, nor is it clear why he spared 2 roommates who were home at the time. Cell phone location data did show Kohberger had been in the neighborhood, multiple times before the attack. Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson has said that Kohberger used his knowledge about forensic investigations to attempt to cover his tracks by deep cleaning his vehicle after the crime. Police say Kohberger's Amazon purchase history shows he bought a military-style knife as well as the knife sheath found at the home, but the knife itself was never found. You have to wonder, it's weird. That knife sheath was apparently such an important part of the evidence. If he hadn't left the knife sheath there, would they still be looking for him? I don't know. Oh, the case drew widespread interest and judges feared the publicity could harm Kohberger's right to a fair trial. A sweeping gag order was imposed, and hundreds of court documents were sealed from public view. After Kohberger pleaded guilty, a coalition of news organizations, including the Associated Press, asked that the gag order be lifted and the documents be unsealed. Hitler agreed, but said unsealing the documents will take time, and that process will not begin until after the sentencing hearing. It is not clear how many answers the documents might contain. And then here's the part about him speaking and the family speaking. The families and surviving roommates of the victims will have the opportunity during the sentencing hearing today to describe the damage the killings have done to them. Because there are so many of them, the hearing could stretch into Thursday. Is that true? I didn't realize that. Because there are so many of them, the hearing could stretch into Thursday? I don't know that they're all going to speak. I hadn't heard that. Had others heard that? I had not heard that. Kohberger will also have the opportunity to speak. Defendants sometimes use such chances to express remorse, ask for mercy, or to say whatever else they think the court should hear before sentencing. But Kohberger also has the right to remain silent, despite a suggestion from President Trump that the judge should force Kohberger to explain himself. I don't think the judge has the right to do that. I hope the judge makes Kohberger at a minimum explain why he did these horrible murders, Trump wrote online. There are no explanations. There is no nothing. Megan Smithley said the judge said during the plea hearing that the hearing could take that long. I mean, I understand this concept that the hearing could take that long, but is there a reasonable chance it does take that long? I don't know. I don't know enough about how long the victim statements normally go on for. Yeah, I'll show you the President Trump post about this from a couple days ago. Ash says in the sealed docs, maybe there are surprises, maybe about motive. Hey, let's do a little poll question now. The poll is, will Bryan Kohberger speak at the hearing? He doesn't have to. So we're going to do a poll and see what you guys think. Maggie's Meals thinks Kaylee's dad is expected to speak for a long time. All right, I'm posting the poll right now. We'll see what you guys say. This hearing begins in 46 minutes. We will have live footage of the hearing. We are bringing you live coverage of the hearing with live footage. What is this thing? Hang on a second here. They just gave me an emote in Twitch, so I just posted it for you guys. All right, I'm posting the poll now. Massachusetts guy says, I don't know why he would speak. His actions have already spoken enough. Okay, so I am posting the poll. I just posted it on YouTube and Twitch. Let me post the poll on Facebook as well, and then I'll tell you what you guys said. As we look at a live shot of the courthouse. There it is. There's the courthouse. Okay, so I asked you guys whether Bryan Kohberger will speak at the hearing. Here is what you had to say about this. On YouTube, we have 82% say no, he will not speak. On Facebook right now, it is 100% no. On Twitch, currently, the vote is very close to YouTube, 80% no. So most of you think no. Nietzsche says, how slowly does justice move these days that it's taken so long to get to this point? Yeah, since 2022 November. It was November of 2022 when the killings happened. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. We'll see if the people who said no were right. Hey, a quick thanks to Massachusetts guy for your support. Thank you so much. Thanks, DeBears, for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. Let me just close the poll here. Phil Johnson and Darlene Kerrick over there on Facebook said no. A quick thank you to PZ Papa Zulu for the memberships. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mama of Six, our member. And also the Sparky Pilot for the membership. PH Survivor, our member. Jen Haneke, our member. Robin's Dogs. Daniel Boberson. Daniel says, been following this for some time. Today families can speak to him. Shame, no demand as to motive or details are required in this plea. Impact statements will go for a long time today. That's what Daniel says. Thanks. Thanks, Bent444. Hey, something I want to mention is this. So he does not have to speak today, Bryan Kohberger. There has been no motive publicly identified. Hold on. There's been no motive publicly identified by the authorities. And so I certainly understand it would be great if we knew the motive. But one thing I want to mention is, I had a thought on this. My thought is this. Suppose that he was forced to speak at the trial, at the hearing. Or suppose his plea deal said, you have to speak and talk about a motive. First of all, he wouldn't have to tell the truth about the motive, right? He's going to have life in prison anyway. So couldn't he just get up there if he was made to talk about a motive and just make something up? And would people believe him? If he said X is the motive, I don't know. Second of all, My other question is, does he even understand the motive? Sometimes people do things and they're not even sure why they did them. Could he even put it into words in a way that really captured why he did what he did? So I'm not saying this to say this was a bad plea deal or a good plea deal. It's a couple of thoughts I have had about the whole situation. But I don't know, even if he were speaking and saying a motive, would people buy it? And would he be able to adequately put it into words? It's just a couple thought I have. I feel like there's this assumption floating around that he would tell the truth and also that he could put it into clear language. Anyways, just some thoughts I had. All right, hang on a moment here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to read some comments from you guys. We're going to have live coverage of this hearing coming up in 38 minutes and 45 seconds. Melon Allow Enzan says, would any motive change the horror? I think families just would like to know something more, just, to know. Because the whole thing, it's so horrific and so random seeming. So maybe it, and I certainly understand people's desire to have some more information. But I don't know that people would be satisfied if he was speaking about it. I don't know. Maybe they would. Hold on a second here. Was he familiar with the students he killed, or was it random? I don't know much about this case. Let's talk some more about the case. Didn't he not know the victims? That's my recall, but I'm going to show you some stuff about it. Oh, hold on. Let's see what's going on over here. What's happening at the front of the... Some people are there. Oh, they're showing... People are coming in. I don't know if this is family members right here. Some of you probably know this. Is this family of one of the victims? I'm sorry that I'm not an expert enough on this case to know. I'm sure some of you do. Who is coming in right now. Maybe the chat can tell us. A couple of our viewers are saying attorney. But I don't know. Was it a family member? A lawyer? The New York Times said today that prosecutors have not put forward a theory about why he did it, or even or prosecutors have not even put forth a connection between Kohberger and the victims. So prosecutors have not outlined any connection between the victims and Kohberger. Now, some of our people are talking about social media. So CBS News had an article last year where they said so I believe it is in this article from CBS News last year, the parents of one of the victims, the parents, Steve and Christy Gonzalez, claimed that they discovered digital evidence that they think there is evidence that Kohberger was following two of the victims. I'll post a link to this article. This is an article from last year about the parents of one of the victims. Oh, hold on a second. Claiming there's evidence that Kohberger was following one or more of the victims on social media. Hold on, what's this? Oh, is this is the, isn't this the parents of one of the victims? Right here, guys? Because I believe we saw them last time. Is that Steve, well, I don't, Kaylee's family, the Gonzalez family? Steve Gonzalez?
Will you be speaking before the prosecutor and law enforcement speak 45 minutes after the
We
hearing?
don't have the schedule.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Do you plan to speak after the hearing?
I think so.
No, we don't.
What is the
It's that he actually comes.
Yeah, that was that Steve and, I saw Steve, was that Steve and Christy Gonzalez? All right, so some of our viewers are saying yes. All right, so we are watching, this is live footage in front of the courthouse in Ada County in Boise. We just saw some family members walk in. We're gonna go, and the hearing starts in 32 minutes. We will have live coverage of the hearing. Family members will be speaking at the hearing. Cara Bella said Steve said he wasn't going. I'm glad he decided to go. Yes, there will be footage inside the hearing. Let me do one thing here, if I can. Give me one sec here. One moment. One moment here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt. Yeah, I know I've seen you.
Hey, thanks to our moderators. We have Beth Mythical and Roberts May Queen moderating. I really appreciate our moderators here today. Queenful is moderating over on YouTube. Janet B. Thank you to Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes. Kay Lowry Body moderating on Facebook. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC. Let's talk a little more about background in this. The Washington Post has an article, What to Know About Bryan Kohberger's Sentencing for Killing Idaho Students. Bryan Kohberger will face the families of the 4 University of Idaho students he killed in 2022 at a sentencing hearing that starts in less than a half an hour, which we will have live video of. Kohberger, 30 years old, pleaded guilty to the murders this month as part of a plea deal that eliminated the possibility of the death penalty. He faces 4 consecutive life sentences. The plea agreement divided the families of the victims and marked a turning point in the high-profile case, which inspired several books and movies and became a subject of obsession and speculation by true crime fans, says the Post. The victims' family members plan to make impact statements at the Boise courthouse hearing today, which starts at 9 a.m. local time in 29 minutes. Kohberger is not required to speak. I don't know if he will speak. A judge scheduled the hearing for a full day and said it may continue into a second day. It may continue into a second day. Our viewer Mayo thinks it's crazy the plea deal was offered and he took it. Yes, Goofball Guinness, this is the courthouse in Idaho, in Ada County, Boise, Idaho. Oh, I wanted to, by the way, mention this because we had talked about it before. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Where is it here? Where is it? There it is. I'm trying to find the post by the president about this. I know he posted it, but I'm trying to find the actual post so I can display it for you. I think it was Monday. Did I skip by it here? Let's see. Hold on. Going through his Truth Social. Here it is. I found it. Here is the post from President Trump about this on Monday. He said, Bryan Kohberger, who was responsible in Idaho for the deaths of 4 wonderful young souls, has made a plea bargain deal in order to avoid the death penalty, which is true. These were vicious murders with so many questions left unanswered. While life imprisonment is tough, it's certainly better than receiving the death penalty. But before sentencing, I hope the judge makes Kohberger at a minimum explain why he did these horrible murders. I don't believe the judge can do that. I mean, there's already a plea deal, and he doesn't. The deal does not require him to say anything. He says, President Trump says there are no explanations, there is no nothing. People were shocked that he was able to plea bargain, but the judge should make him explain what happened. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Daniel Boberson says no appeals for the family to have to deal with. Some have been on death row for 50 years. NE says if he can speak he wants, I believe he won't. Most of you think he is not going to speak. We did a poll about it. Background from the Washington Post article. The November 13th, 2022 murders upended life in the college town of Moscow, Idaho. Housemates Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, and Xana Kernodle, and Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were found stabbed to death in an off-campus house, sparking a search for the killer that lasted more than 6 weeks. Prosecutors eventually linked Kohberger, a former criminology PhD student, to the crimes through DNA found on a knife sheath next to a victim's body. His cell phone also pinged cell towers near the house about 23 times in late night or early morning hours in the months before the killings. Again, his cell phone pinged cell towers near the house about 23 times in late night or early morning hours in the months before the killings. The murder weapon has never been found, and prosecutors have not revealed a possible motive, nor whether Kohberger was connected to the victims. Kohberger on July 2nd pleaded guilty to 4 first-degree murder charges and a burglary charge. He showed little emotion as he responded with one-word answers to the judge's yes or no questions to determine whether he intended to admit guilt and was of sound mind to accept the deal. We covered that, actually. The plea agreement removed the possibility that Kohberger would be sentenced to death if convicted at trial. He faces 4 consecutive life sentences, as well as 10 years for a burglary charge. What the victims' families have said. The families expressed differing opinions on the plea deal, which meant that the plea deal meant there would not be a trial that could have addressed some unanswered questions about the killings. Shannon Gray, an attorney for the Gonzalez family, said the family felt that prosecutors had failed them by agreeing to the deal. In a Facebook post, the family criticized the county prosecutor, Bill Thompson, by name. The family said, "This ain't justice, no judge presided, no jury weighed the truth. Thompson robbed us of our day in court. No negotiations, no jury of our peers, not even the pretense of cooperation and fairness." The mother of another victim, Kara Kernodle, expressed similar anger at the deal in an interview with the Christian Broadcasting Network. She said, "I felt like it was too easy for him to just admit he did it and not give an explanation or answer of our questions. You feel kind of cheated," she said. An attorney representing a third victim's family, an attorney representing Mogen's mother and stepfather, read a statement after Kohberger pleaded guilty, which said, "While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho." Chapin's parents told NBC's Today that they were pleased with the plea agreement. "For us, we always felt like this was a better deal," Stacy Chapin said. "He gets put away." So it's interesting. You have relatives of I just told you about relatives of 2 of the 4 victims who are very against this deal, and other relatives of 2 other victims who are for the plea deal. "21 minutes. We're going to have footage from inside the hearing. We will be showing it to you live. Our viewer, Leucistic Crow, thinks prosecutors should have required that he explain his crimes in detail as part of the plea deal and to reveal where the knife is. Interesting. John says they shouldn't have given him a plea deal. Hyperlect says he will be telling his motive to Netflix. Now, I've seen some stuff online and a viewer comment claiming that Idaho may have laws that would keep him from profiting off of the crimes. But I'm not aware, and I saw an article from recently saying that he could still, say, do a book or interviews. Maybe he will do that. I have no idea. Thunder Plumps thinks if this had gone to trial, the details would have been horrific to hear. Remember, there will be documents that are unsealed from this case that get unsealed sometime after the sentencing hearing. I don't know exactly what those documents will reveal. Maurice Scott's guy says, was there enough evidence for a solid conviction? Obviously not. Well, I mean, on the one hand, he took the deal. If he thought there was an utter lack of evidence, my guess is he might have not taken the deal. But on the other hand, maybe a part of the reason the deal was offered is that authorities thought there was at least a chance, something could go wrong with their case in the trial, or a jury could not be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. But I would assume if Bryan Kohberger thought he had a decent chance of winning a trial, he would not have taken the deal. That's just my assumption. I don't know for sure. Carol Lemet says he might claim he didn't do it once he's behind bars. 18 minutes until the hearing. Family members will reportedly have statements. Now, they can read them or their representatives can read them. But we might be hearing directly from family members facing Kohberger. Sherry says he requested a plea deal. The court didn't offer it. He called his attorney and requested it. Well, maybe that's true. I'm not sure. But even so, it did need to be offered to him. It did. The prosecution did not have to offer him a plea deal. Jay Gussie says the families were told to address the statements to the judge and not him, but that doesn't mean they won't. Is that true? I don't remember that. Maybe it is true. I have read a couple articles that said they will be able to address him. Thank you for the comment, Jay Gussie. We're going to have live coverage of this for you. Live video. L writes in, says, what would be the basis for the DOJ to make a federal case and get the death penalty? I don't believe there are any kind of federal charges pending. I don't know that there would be any. Did he break federal laws by doing this? I mean, these are all local charges. So I don't know that he broke it. I mean, I'm not a legal expert, but I don't know that there'd be any place for a federal prosecution at all legally here. Eve Love God says, would going across state lines to commit a crime and flee to another state? He crossed state. People are saying he crossed state lines. I don't know if the crossing of state lines he did would be some kind of crime that federal law mandates a death penalty for. Anyways, I'm not a legal expert enough to know whether there is some federal law that he violated in his conduct which would have the death penalty. But I've heard no talk of any kind of federal charges. I can't imagine at this point that the federal government would want to prosecute an additional case when this is already getting settled with with consecutive life sentences. Daniel thinks that it could be a federal death penalty case if a victim were taken across state lines. This I do not know. Thanks for writing in with the question, though. L, I appreciate the question. Our viewer Liza sent me a post from Bryan Enton with News Nation this morning, who said that Kohberger would likely have his own tablet with music, email, and movies in his prison cell. Also, he can buy his own TV for his cell. I guess Bryan Enton posted a video where he toured the prison. You can watch that on Bryan's X account, at Bryan Enton, BRIANENTIN. Uh, 12 and a half minutes. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second here. I have a picture for you. Let's see. Let me put something on the screen for you. No, not that one. Hang on a moment here. Let me do this. Let me do it this way for you. Look at that. There we go. See? It's right there. But it hasn't started yet. That's coming up right there. Now, when it does start, last time in the sentencing hearing when we covered it, they had a bunch of different cameras. So I might have to mess around with the different camera shots to try to get you a close-up of the better shot, because they might have like 6 different cameras or something. So I'll do my best when it starts to get you, the best video shots and make them bigger if I have to, and do close-ups and whatever. I just have to wait and see how they're doing it. So, but it's coming up in 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Again, that's just a photo from, I think, the previous hearing. That's not live video on the big shot is live video. The small shot is a photo from the previous hearing, and it's a graphic saying it's coming up. Certainly could be some very emotional statements, I would expect, coming up in this hearing. Idea Pants believes that Kohberger will be in jail attire. That I don't know. We already did a poll about whether he would speak, and most of you said no. Why is this being weird? Oh, I see. I'm going to do here. Let me do something real quick. No, I don't want to mess with that. Court will resume shortly. See, it says court will resume shortly. Our viewers are saying he's in jail attire. He will be in jail attire. A number of our viewers. Honey Buncho Slug says he can't believe he wasn't handcuffed last time. So I remember thinking about that. I couldn't tell. Was he not in handcuffs for the hearing, the plea hearing? I don't even remember. Let me read you a little summary of things while we're waiting. Reuters said when relatives of 4 University of Idaho students who were stabbed to death in 2022 attend a court session today to see a judge sentence the convicted killer, the outcome promises to be in all likelihood a foregone conclusion. Bryan Kohberger, a former criminal justice doctoral student, faces life in prison without the possibility of parole or appeal under a deal with prosecutors that spared him the death penalty in return for his guilty plea. The proceedings will afford family members the chance to directly address Kohberger through the presentation of victim impact statements. But relatives of the victims may very well remain baffled about why their 4 loved ones were slain on November 13, 2022, says Reuters. In pleading guilty, Kohberger admitted to the underlying allegations that he had crept into an off-campus house under cover of pre-dawn darkness and stabbed the 4 victims to death with a hunting knife, then slipped away. 2 other women living at the house survived unharmed. They could speak at this hearing too if they want to. I don't know if they will. But the killer made no mention of motive. Authorities likewise have yet to offer an explanation for what might have driven Kohberger to commit the crime and how or why he singled out the victims. Neither does the plea agreement require him to provide any such insights. Under Idaho's judicial rules, he will have one last chance to address the court just before the judge passes sentence. Such statements or allocutions typically are used by defendants to express remorse or mitigating circumstances. The camera's panning around here. There's some press media over there. Yes, we will have live video. We will have the live video from the courtroom. Live video coming up. We will have live video. I should put that in the headline. Give me 1 second here. About 6 minutes till the video. Oh, we got podiums in the front too. A podium in the front too.
Yeah, absolutely, Kalai. First, the Kernodal family arrived here for this very lengthy and emotional day, sentencing day for Bryan Kohberger, more than 980 days in the making. Then we also saw family members with Maddie Mogen's camp, and then finally the Gonzalez family arriving here about a half an hour ago, many of them dressed in black and, you know, just prepared for a very heavy day, a final chapter, at least in the justice process for Bryan Kohberger. As you mentioned, it's unknown if Bryan Kohberger will address the court. He certainly will have the opportunity to do so. We also saw the local law enforcement, our community's local law enforcement, begin to arrive earlier today to Sam and Kalai. Those that worked this case from day one, that poured so much into getting justice for the Idaho 4. And
we're hearing a reporter in the background speak.
And the Vandal family just hoping that after today, if it does conclude today, it's entirely possible these proceedings could stretch into tomorrow. But once they do wrap, that our community and our nation will continue to remember and honor those 4 victims' names. Of course, that is Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie. And remember them for how they lived and not just how they died back in November of 2022. You can see there is extra security on premise. It is a very active and busy day outside of the Ada County Courthouse. And checking in on the time, 8:56, those proceedings are set to begin in about 4 minutes in what will surely be a very emotional and heartbreaking day as those victims' families finally have their opportunity to address the court and, most importantly, let Bryan Kohberger know just how much heartbreak he has inflicted. Sam and Clyde.
Hey, let me say a couple thank yous here. Thanks to Tracy Fichter 729 for being a member. Thanks Ziggy Stardust for your support. Ziggy says the plea deal saved money, like security, plan to call thousands of prospective jurors, etc. Thanks Gina Marie, Virginia, who says not knowing why must be another layer of hell. Not knowing why must be another layer of hell, she says. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, who says he is pure evil and will never show remorse. He always thinks he is the smartest person in the room. He actually thought he would get away with this. Oh, hold on a second. Let me switch this. Thank you, Mama of 6. Also, thanks, Madamus, for the gift memberships. Thank you. All right, hang on a second here. Let me just do this. So, I'm going to get this pulled up here. Okay, we're going to get this there. So we are waiting. Is this working? There we go. So we're waiting for the live feed to kick in. Any moment now it will. And as I said, when it starts, in the hearing, the plea hearing, there were like 4 or 5 camera shots. So I may have to kind of zoom in on one of them, or 1 or 2 of them. I'll do my best to get you the best close-ups I can. But just about 1 minute until the hearing starts. So when it starts, bear with me for a minute as I tried it, and during it as I maybe make some adjustments to get you the best video. Papa Beard says he is a sociopath, so in his mind this could be his moment to shine. So don't undercut what is possible today. Thank you, Kimberly Hayes. Kim Hayes, thank you so much, Kim. Also, Sydney91, thanks for being a member. And Roberts May Queen, thanks for modding and being a member. And thanks to Swangen4, on Twitch and Jay Puggles on Twitch. And Bug Love OG. All right, the hearing is about to begin. I'm going to remove the clock. We don't need the clock up there anymore because the hearing is any moment now. His family members of the victims are supposed to speak or give statements. They could have representatives do it. But some of them, I believe, are supposed to speak at this hearing. Are Kohberger's parents there? That I do not know. So any moment now, this is going to actually start. Claudio says, what a senseless and cruel crime. By the way, Reuters says that he would be free to speak out about the case in future media interviews. Thanks Cats Only for being a member. And Sydney91 from Mexico. Thank you. I'm kind of nervous for this to start. I'm guessing we're going to have some emotional statements here. Gina Marie says, his parents are victims too. They will go their whole life knowing their son did this. The guilt will destroy them. Adu thinks he's going to write a book. Luna Fair says, I'm nervous for the families. Certainly, thoughts with the families of the victims. 4 university students killed at a house by Bryan Kohberger. At a house where 3 of them lived and 1 of them was visiting. If I have that right. Lola P says, the poor families. So we're just waiting. Any moment now, the Kohberger hearing will start. His plea deal waives the possibility of parole or appeal. He cannot appeal. Reuters says he faces life in prison without the possibility of parole or appeal. We are waiting. The state of Idaho will start broadcasting the hearing when it starts. They have not started their broadcast. Well, they started their broadcast, but they have not started showing the hearing. As soon as it starts, they will start showing it. Callie Cat says, I got so invested in this case. Here we go. Here it is right here.
Judge Kipler, presiding. Be seated. Thank you.
We need about 5 minutes.
Need 5 minutes?
Oh, it might be 5 minutes. There he is in the top left. Oh, well, we saw it for 30 seconds. All right. They said in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, it's starting. Let me, do you guys want to go back a second and see what it looked like? Really quick, I can rewind it. Let me rewind it and show you what it looked like, really quick. Just so you can see. I don't want to spend too much time rewinding it. Should be able to rewind it. Oh, I don't know if I can rewind this. Oh, no, that's unrewindable. It's unrewindable. I could rewind it on my own feed, but I'm not going to bother. Let's just leave it on. Anyway, they said 5 minutes. We do not know if he is going to speak. The family members of victims will speak. Some lives you can rewind. It just depends. Wow. Someone said we need 5 minutes. Thank you for being with us for our coverage. Thank you to all of our moderators as well. We will see how this goes. Probably about 3 minutes now, if they said they needed 5 minutes.
Ready?
Here it is.
All right, thank you. All right, this is CR 0124316665, State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoth, Ms. Barlow. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Hurwitz, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen. This is the time set for sentencing in this case. The defendant previously entered a plea of guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. In exchange, the parties stipulated to recommend a sentence consisting of, on burglary, 10 years fixed, on each of the 4 counts of first-degree murder, life fixed. The parties waived pre-sentence investigation. To my understanding, neither party submitted a sentencing memorandum or other materials for the court. The court is familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state, before impact statements and arguments, wish to present evidence today?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court through the clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Sure. All right.
Thank you.
But no testimony other than impact statements?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be introducing the
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I indicated through the trial court administrator that we needed to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running and audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead, Ms. Jennings.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funka's statement, and she has asked that her friend Emily Allant read that statement.
All right, any objection to that? No objection. All right, very well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we are constantly scaredy cats. And make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache, so I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse, and I was still here when their kid, their siblings, and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here and I refused to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I will cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party, we were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch, when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile, and she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks, and she always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are, not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind. And they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you, and please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure. Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. still parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them, to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogen family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogen's stepfather. Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogen's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. The experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time, Karen One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her Uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Gonzalez, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and A was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, "How am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world?" I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be. Her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure, and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Santa, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless you.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogen family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Bryan Kohberger, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous, the agony and grief he has caused too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement, and I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Laramie. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogen, the father of Maddie Mogen.
Yes, of course.
Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogen.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogen's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogen, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogen, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who've treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about 1.5 years old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became deedle-deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were 1 day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together, and she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, We Mogens were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogen side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest, in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogens are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my 2 daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now it's Ben Mogen, Maddie Mogen's father.
Benjamin Mogen. I'm Maddie's dad. And first, I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone, wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted the times, she was in college, and I thought, oh, well, we'll have the rest of our lives to do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she deserved every bit of that. And but I thought that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if we want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too, and my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically, and anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene, 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I love your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive a lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. I'm just glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. She never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And it shouldn't have happened. And a death sentence is one thing. You know when it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, and winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Gonzalez family. First will be her father, Steve Gonzalez.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes They had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke. Complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
Stephen's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go. Okay.
Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogen as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief, I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would. That I would fight for them, that I would show up, no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down. Not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon, the clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you. Do we have more from the Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Well.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents. This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have 2 other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, "Light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not." Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess, all right?
Okay, wow. This has been very emotional, obviously. We have been, let me just fix the headline here. Let me just, so people know what's going on. Let me take some comments from you guys. Bryan Kohberger sentencing hearing resumes shortly. Just in a few minutes. Okay, so we have been hearing relatives of some of the victims, and also we heard from 2 of the roommates of the victims. And yeah, obviously very emotional, very difficult to hear. but at the same time, you are, certainly getting a sense of the impact of the murder on the families and those close to these victims. So let me take, while we have a second, I'd like to just take a few comments from you. The Jermaicans says, 10 minutes to gather our own thoughts. King Beer says his demeanor has not changed all the way through so far. Yeah, I mean, I haven't literally been staring at him every second, but every time I've looked at him, he has not seemed to really show any particular emotion that I've seen. When I've been looking at him, it seems like he's kind of keeping that blank face when I've seen him. There was that one time when one of the victim's fathers, Steve Gonzalez, actually turned the podium so he could directly address Bryan Kohberger, which was quite a moment. I think what might have happened, though, is when the podium got moved, I think it ended up getting shifted a bit, so it was kind of hard to see the last, I think, couple speakers. So hopefully they can move that podium back in so we can see the speakers, because I think it got shifted a little bit so that it's, by the end the speakers were like off camera, which is not the intention. Caitlin Names feels like he has smirked a few times. NTC says, of course, a killer like this has no emotion. Bryan Kohberger killed 4 University of Idaho college students in a house, well, I think where 3 of them were living and 1 was visiting, back in November of 2022. He has pled guilty, and he has pled guilty. So the plea deal was that he would receive 4 consecutive life sentences, and I think maybe a robbery sentence. Anyways, at least 4 consecutive life sentences, and he would not be able to appeal or be eligible for parole, but he will not get the death penalty. The official sentencing will happen after the victim impact statements, but I've heard nothing to suggest the sentence won't be what the prosecutors agreed to in their deal. Our viewer Marian of Us says he is cold-hearted. Susan CHF thinks there have been some very small twitches. I do want to say a quick thank you to our moderators. While we are on a quick break, just in a few minutes, the hearing will resume with more live coverage of the families of the victims giving their statements. Beezy is moderating. Thank you, Beezy. And yeah, I think the 10 years for burglary in addition to the 4 life sentences for murder sounds right to me. I believe that's what it was. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you. Also over on Twitch, Hearsay, I got that fire, Mark HNC and Sarah. And also Margaret Liley, K. Larry Body, Paul Anderson, and also on Facebook, and Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, and Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook, and hopefully I got all the moderators. Let's see here. So I believe we have now heard from the 2 roommates of the victims who lived in the house, the 2 surviving people who lived in the house, and the family members of 2 of the 4 victims. So I believe what's to come is family members of the other 2 victims. Then we will get the sentencing. It's possible this hearing will take longer than today. We just don't know. I would assume if the pace is similar to how it's been so far, I would assume, it seems to me like we might get to the sentencing before the end of the day. It's 10:29 a.m. local time there. So, but it's possible it could take longer. I don't know how many people are going to speak and how they're going to speak for. But it seems like there is a significant chance that we would be able to hear the 2 other victims' families today, plus get the sentencing from the judge. And remember, Bryan Kohberger does have the option to speak. He has not said he's going to speak, but Bryan Kohberger certainly has the option to speak. So we'll see if he does. We did a poll before the hearing started, and most of you thought that he was not going to speak. All right, let me read some more comments here. Boomer Wow says, bring back the death penalty. It sounds like Boomer Wow thinks he should get the death penalty. Thank you, Boomer Wow. Fred Flintstone says he is a sociopath and that people he'll meet in prison will inflict their own justice. There were some of the family members of the victims were expressing their hope / and or desire that he would not be treated well in prison. Vanessa thinks that Kaylee's sister Olivia was affecting him and he can't stand a powerful woman like that. Thanks, Vanessa. It was certainly striking when Olivia, it was Olivia Gonzalez, if I believe, the sister of one of the victims spoke. She actually spent a bunch of time asking questions of him. And some of the questions she asked were questions that I'm sure a lot of the family members, maybe all of them, want the answers to as to why he did this. There has not been a motive offered by the prosecution. We don't know if he will speak today. Some family members wanted him to be forced to speak and talk about a motive, but you know, he might not speak at all. And again, I've heard no statement from him that he is going to speak today. He can if he wants to. We'll see. Lady Gracious thinks he definitely paid attention to Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister, but what he was thinking, I have to wonder. Thank you, Makia Lyles Barr, for the stars, by the way. Also on Twitch, We61 and Sagittarius, Graybeard Games as well. Let's see here. Thank you for watching, Robbie and Gary Gardening Easy. Junior Von Claire, our viewer, says he can speak at any moment. I mean, he could certainly blurt something out. I don't know if his microphone is on. He certainly could. We haven't heard him say anything yet. Storm Chaser Holly Hale, is it? Said, it's been heartbreaking and very inspirational so far. My heart goes out to the families. So Mama NH says, I bet he saves it for an exclusive interview or book. So while there might, I'm not positive about this, there might be law or laws in Idaho that prevents him from profiting off of it. From what my understanding is that he is not legally prevented from giving an interview or writing a book or something like that after he goes to jail. There may be legal prevention from him from profiting, but my understanding is he's not prevented from just doing it. Robbins Dogs believes he is restricted from profiting. I've seen some stuff to that saying that, but I'm not positive, so I don't want to say something I'm not sure of. Let's see here. All right, so we probably just have a very short time until the hearing resumes. They said it was going to be a 10-minute break when the hearing took a break, and it's probably been close to 10 minutes right now. So any moment now, the hearing will resume, and we will see live the families of the remaining 2 of the 4 victims. So 4 victims were killed. 2 of the victims' family members have spoken so far, but we're supposed to hear from the 2 other victims' family members, and potentially from Bryan Kohberger, and then there will be the sentencing. So we are going to be bringing you that as soon as it resumes. We will have it here for you. Fartsy Floxy says, Olivia spoke to his mental illness, dart to the soul. Certainly there have been different approaches by the different speakers. Some speakers have talked more about, the victims themselves and their memory of the victims. Some speakers have wanted to talk about Bryan Kohberger and address statements to him, and some be critical of him. We'll see what happens, though. Oh, Crime Trial Addict said Ethan Chapin's family will not be there and will not be speaking. I forget, I had read an article yesterday talking about one of the family's members not being there, but I don't know that actually happened. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, so ABC News reported yesterday that the parents of Ethan Chapin said they're not planning to attend. I don't know for a fact that whether any of Ethan Chapin's family members are there. I do not know. Thank you, by the way, to Melody Aceves and Joanne Laverack and Liza Deasy and Storm Chaser Holly Hale and JAH and Uncle Lester Cam. Uncle Lester Cam thinks it was cowardly of Idaho to offer a plea deal and thinks justice isn't served with a life sentence. Some of the family members are supportive of the plea deal. Some of them have said it in their remarks, but some of them are opposed to the plea deal. One of our viewers, Jesse's Girl, says, are Bryan Kohberger's family members there? A couple of viewers have asked that. I do not. It's a good question. I do not know if any of Bryan Kohberger's family is there. Liza, thank you. Liza says that Lori Daybell, who was convicted in Idaho, gives interviews. Sausage says judge doesn't have to respect a plea deal. I believe in theory there is some. I'm not positive. I believe in theory there is leeway for the judge to do something different than the plea deal calls for. I'm not a legal expert. I would assume there has to be some reason, some sort of reason, some sort of certain type of reason the judge would have to give, I would think. But at the same time, I have heard no reporting suggesting that the judge will do anything else than give a sentence that was the sentence that the prosecution agreed to in the plea deal, which includes multiple consecutive life sentences. No, the judge cannot. I am not a legal expert, but I don't believe that the judge could just give him a death sentence. I've heard nothing to suggest that. Again, I don't want to exceed my lack of legal knowledge, but I've heard nothing to suggest that the judge could give a death sentence. But I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know. Could the judge? I mean, what kind of leeway exactly would the judge have, assuming there is some leeway? Julia Gulia said Brian Enton said that Bryan Kohberger's mom and sister in there, not his father. He might have posted about that, actually. Let me see. Yes, Brian Enton actually just reported on this a few minutes ago. He said that Bryan Kohberger's mom and sister are there, but he doesn't see the dad. Also, Brian Enton said that Olivia Gonzalez told Brian Enton that Kohberger was clenching his jaw while she spoke to him. And he seemed like he was forgetting to blink. There is no presidential pardon power for a case like this. Not that a president would want a pardon, because it is a state case. It is not a federal case. Federal pardon power only reaches to federal cases. Let's see. So any moment now, this hearing should be picking up again, and we will be bringing you live coverage of it. But let's see here. Let me read a few more comments. I'm trying to get to some comments from you guys about what you've thought about. Oh, here we go. We're picking up. So let's return to the hearing.
All right, Ms. Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle. And first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister.
Thank you to everyone who's been involved in this, and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I also want to
I think the mic isn't on.
For the support and just my family and friends who've been around.
I'll boost the sound. It sounds like the microphone is not on or something. We're having an issue with the microphone.
I went back and forth on whether to speak.
I'll turn it up.
Because the truth is, you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana.
and you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, you know, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, you know, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane, and about halfway through the flight, this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad, and then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, you know, back when she was little, 5 years old, and those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me, and the impact was when she was gone. I realized how important she was, and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, you know? That's the things that I miss the most, is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? You know, whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, you know, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, you know, countless people told me that. They might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. You know, could have been their friend, could hung out, and it's like, this is a blessing, you know. This is the little kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine, and basically, you know, we worked hard to do the things we did, you know, through the times they were growing up. And through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me, Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, I've had countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far because a lot of kids, in the colleges, just for an example, they locked their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. At Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what happened to these kids did, All I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there on that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, don't be drinking and driving. You got the rental car, don't be drinking and driving, the week before that. So she was, she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, because they would have had a chance, all 4 of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're going to go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, and that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Coronado would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Coronado. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look Because Xana was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Bryan, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name is Stratton Knodel, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Bryan and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened, and I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together, let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know? Just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here, so. You know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts. because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really. But it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction of this, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to, In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay. Right, stake and argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week, after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed, the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all of the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe, that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been even consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families. of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count one, the felony burglary, the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count two, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count three, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count four, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count five, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural legal and biological families, not just their university family, within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? No evidence. All right. Does defense wish to make argument today?
Runner, we do not wish to make arguments. Mr. Kohberger, along with his legal team, is prepared for the court to enter judgment.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well. Please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones, and I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It has been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry the same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, How could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing, untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogen. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength, and God bless you. We're adjourned.
Wow. Okay, so you just heard it right there. We just heard this. Bryan Kohberger was sentenced to the sentence agreed to in the plea deal. I don't know if the fines were agreed to in the plea deal, but 4 consecutive life sentences plus an additional 10 years. Let me just come off of this. So yes, let me just, one of our viewers said no surprises in the sentencing. Not that I heard, but I don't know if the fine numbers were exactly as agreed to. Maybe they were. Yes, so as the judge said, he will be going to spend the rest of his life in jail. Oh, hold on. No, yeah, the stream is over. The stream is not back. So I want to take some comments from you guys. We have been watching a very emotional day in the court there in Boise, Idaho, where we watched relatives and roommates of the victims speaking, giving their impact statements, and then we saw Bryan Kohberger get sentenced. And maybe I should play you again the moment when Bryan Kohberger spoke, and Bryan Kohberger said that he respectfully declined to speak. You know what? I'm going to replay that moment for you when Bryan Kohberger respectfully declined to speak. Why don't we watch that one more time? That was, because that was a quick moment. I have to find it here. Is it right here? Let's see here. This is from earlier. Hold on. Moments ago. Let's see. All right. So here, this was moments ago.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well.
Who said coward? Hold on a second.
Please.
Someone said coward. I will play that one more time. Maybe somebody in the audience said coward. Right, hold on, I'm going to play this one more time.
All right. Ms. Vince, wish to make argument today.
Renner, we do not wish to make arguments. Mr. Kohberger, along with his legal team, is prepared for the court to hear judgment.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well.
I don't think it was the prosecutor who said coward. I think it was somebody in the audience. If you look at right here.
Do I take it you are declining?
I respectfully decline.
Well. Please.
Yeah, it didn't look to me like that was the prosecutor. I think it was one of the relatives. Anyways, let me just cut to, I want to show you guys, we have footage of the front of the courthouse. That actually is live. So I don't know if we're going to hear any people speak in front of the courthouse, but we have a live shot from the front of the courthouse. So I want to put this up here, and we'll see if anybody speaks outside the courthouse. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on that. Let me just do this. So we'll watch that, and then I want to read some of your comments. I want to read some of your comments, by the way. One of our viewers said, Mama Yoli here said, I'm glad they said it. What I do is do this for a second. Keep an eye on if anybody speaks. Paul M. says, where will the money to pay the fines come from if he doesn't have any? Could it come from his family? I would be stunned. I can't imagine that if you commit a crime, your family has to pay the fines, especially given that he's an adult. So I don't know how that works. If he doesn't have enough money to pay the fines, I don't know how that works. One of our viewers said there's supposed to be a press conference in 40 minutes. Is that true? I have not heard that. L. Hazelroth says if he ever sells books, there could be money that goes to the fines. I think there's $250,000 in fines, if I have that right. And then I think there's $20,000 in fines, $5,000 for each of the families. Also, there could be civil suits. The families could file civil suits for damages. They could. No civil suits, I believe, have been filed yet, but they could. The families could sue him. I don't know if any of them will. Did they ever say why he did it? The prosecution never offered a theory of motive. And he did not speak at the sentencing. So we don't know, we don't have a motive. But look, first of all, the judge said something I said before the hearing today. I said, well, I don't know if he spoke at the trial and said this is the motive, if he'd be telling the truth. The judge said that. The judge says we couldn't be sure he'd be telling the truth. And what I also said is I don't even know, even if he tried to express a motive, if he could put it into words in any kind of comprehensible way. And as I said, I don't even know if he would understand his own motive. I have no idea if he has an understanding of his own motive. The judge said he didn't think any motive that he would give would ever make any sense. J.K. Sinar, our viewer, thinks the motive is cloistered in his psychopathology. I don't know if there's going to be a press conference. There are microphones. There are microphones in front of the building. No, the fines were $50,000 plus $5,000 for each murder count, and the $5,000 he said it would go to the family. He said 50,000 plus 5,000 for each family. He didn't say 50,000 for each family. Thirsty Texan thinks they will have a press conference.
We got it clear.
There may be, some of our viewers are saying, well, that's not enough for the victims' families, but for all I know, there might be limits on how much you can fine somebody. There might be limits on how much you can fine somebody to give it to the family in Idaho. I have no idea. I don't know what the law is there. Oh, Nick sent me something posted by the city of Moscow. Yes, there is a, thank you, Nick sent me that the city of Moscow posted that there is a press conference coming up. So, press conference coming up. I guess if that's, I haven't seen that myself, but Nick sent me what looked like a press release. Here's a live shot of the courthouse right now. Live at the courthouse. Is this Steve and Christy Gonzalez? There's Steve, I think that's Steve and Christy Gonzalez, the parents of one of the victims. Maybe they'll speak. Are they going to say something? Let's see.
As a prelude, it's been a long and emotional morning.
Here we go.
So please show some grace to the families as they answer your questions. Thanks so much.
Well, it's almost been 3 years, and today's the end of a long, hard-fought battle. But we have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put the work together, put this case together, and once it's part of the court system, it was a little ugly, but we got that conviction, and we're glad to be moving on. Glad we can move on.
Truth to that, but then, you know, there's also the fact that, I mean, what would he tell as a lie as to opposed to the truth, you know? So
the knife, if he gave the knife up, or if he gave a part of his kill kit, if he gave out facts that only the killer would know,
it would corroborate things.
It would corroborate things, and he even addressed there's been way too many conspiracies, and the surviving witnesses had to go through hell. Well, no better way to protect them than by getting some of those details. If you got those details, then, you know, as simple as just saying I did it solo would have been, you know, valuable, I think. And you know, we stand by the negotiation wasn't justice. It was just a shortcut, and we said from the very beginning we're not interested in a shortcut for our daughter. We wanted everything.
Steve, you turned the podium at one point. Talk to us about why you wanted to stare him face to face.
Because he's a coward. He's been protected by the court from day one, the minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him, and you know, his days of being protected are coming to an end. You know, from what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 11, 12-minute ride, and then he'll be it'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium though, or did you do that in the moment?
I remember reading it saying "do not move," so I was like, "Well, I'm moving this." I just kind of made that decision right then and there. So, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, "He's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was." And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
Stephen Jr., you chose not to speak. Speak now. Is there anything you can say?
I'd written up a statement. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is where you do.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
Maybe it wasn't court appropriate.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, my name's Steve Gonzalez. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, you knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. The same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband Silas Parks during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice systems should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crime are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice. But this isn't just about a prosecutor's record. It's about Kaylee. It's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho 4. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother.
Steve,
Thank you.
Now that the gag order is lifted, is there anything that you've learned over the last 2.5 years from the investigators or the prosecutors that you can share with us now that you can speak about?
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us everything. So I don't know what was holding them back before, but we spent about 3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives, and we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for for the things to be unsealed. But yeah, it was horrific what Kaylee went through. And I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all the details. I'll be general. But yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you see as you spoke to him?
I looked him straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
look at me
yeah,
in my eye.
yeah.
You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that it needed, or was this?
Yeah, 100%.
It's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado and the real feelings.
As the spotlight then fades, what do you want the public to remember?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that, you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system, treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, and I know you want to go, I want to ask, Olivia today was spectacular. But Olivia asked the question, what was the other weapon you used on my sister? Despite this meeting you had with prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something built in there. Can you explain that to us?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was, but
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered, but Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Talk about that a little. The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers. And they may share some of that information at a later date, but today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So there may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today's not the day. Okay?
Thank you guys for being available.
Thanks.
That's the family of Kaylee Gonzalez. Her father said that they had heard she was stabbed over 30 times, and also sounds like something else had happened to her too. Maybe she was hit with something, or he said her face had damage. I think they said there might have been another weapon used. There's supposed to be a press conference coming up shortly. Sorry, we don't need this up right here. The police, there's supposed to be a police and prosecutor press conference coming up. Give me a moment. I assume I'll have the footage of the oh, is this another? I'm gonna get more relatives speaking. Let's see here. Hang on.
Good afternoon. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono attorney for Karen Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Madison Mogen. I ask that you please give your quiet attention to Scott. He would like to make a statement to you and to all those out there in support of them and the other families. Thank you.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. The trial would have involved risks. Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty. Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you. Get up. Thank you.
Muted, I'm sorry. I was muted. That was the stepfather of Madison Mogen. That was the stepfather of one of the victims. And there is supposed to be a press conference coming up with police and prosecutor Bill Thompson. That's supposed to happen. So hopefully the camera will cover that. That's supposed to be in a little bit. I also have to grab my other headphones, my other earbuds, because these earbuds are running out of power. So maybe you can give me 2 seconds. I'll do that in a second. I'm going to take 15 seconds here. I need about 15 seconds. Let me see if they're covering this. I'm not going to get my other earbuds yet. It's supposed to be inside the courthouse. Again, we're waiting for supposedly a press conference coming up shortly. Let me see if I can give you any more. Update on that. I also don't know if any other family members are. So we'll wait and see what happens here. We'll wait and see what happens. Camera's moving around. Maybe they'll have the press conference outside. All the cameras are outside. Why did they all go back into the courthouse? We saw family members go back in. I don't know if they're going to attend a press conference or if they're maybe leaving a different way. Not sure. Thanks, by the way, to, while we wait for this, thanks to Tallulah A. Bell and Eliza Jane, who says, so intense and emotional, but very important. Very intense and emotional, the victims' families, hearing from them today, and the roommates. McLean 33 thinks the fine amounts is almost an insult to the families. I don't know what leeway the judge had. As I heard it, the judge sentenced him on each of the counts, of the 5 counts, to $50,000 fine plus $5,000 for families. on each of the 4 murder counts. But I don't know that the judge has any kind of leeway with the fines. Maybe that's the most he can do. I'm not sure. I believe the total fine was $250,000 plus $5,000 for each of the 4 victims' families. I believe. Yeah, there is a press conference coming up. It's supposed to start in about 5 minutes. Brian Enton says it's supposed to start in about 5 minutes. So there is a press conference coming up. So very shortly we will have a press conference. Hopefully we'll have it live for you. Maybe it'll come. Maybe it'll be in front. Thanks also Melody Aceves and Joanne Laverack. Jessica Marple says families deserve answers from BK. Melissa Romo says, how would he pay the fines? I don't know if he has savings or not. Thanks also Professor Hamamoto. Thank you to all of our moderators who have been here too. As we wait for the press conference coming up, Mark NC, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch, Beth Mythical over there on YouTube, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body on Facebook, and all of our other moderators too. Thank you. Hang on a moment. Thanks also Edumaka Shun on Twitch. Yes, as Moonlit Sea is 30 years old, Bryan Kohberger. David, it is unclear if there was any connection beforehand between him and the victims. That is unclear. Just waiting for this press conference, which is supposed to happen at any time now. The press conference feed is up? Well, where is it? Oh, is it on the court page? Hold on a second. Hang on. don't see it there. Inside the court, I'm not sure where the feed is. It's not on my feed. So I got to see if I can get a hold of it for you. I mean, they clearly have a camera there. Reuters has a camera there, but it's not at the press conference. I see an empty room. I see an empty room on one feed. I think it's about to start. Why are they not? All right, well, I have to try to find a feed because this camera is not in the right place. This camera is outside. I can't just steal any feed I want. So I'm trying to find a city of Moscow, Idaho. It's not there. How about Idaho State Police? I don't think it's there either. Idaho State Police, it's not posted there. I don't know why they don't have a camera. I understand they're at the podium. I just don't have a feed of it I can show you right now. And I don't know, again, I can't steal another news outlet's video. So I'm trying to find the court YouTube. I just checked and it wasn't up there. It's not there either. Then there's all these cameras outside just sitting there. Very strange. Let me check a couple other pages. Maybe I can find it somewhere. Again, I cannot steal another news outlet's feed. So I'm sorry I can't show it at the moment. I don't know why. It's a very strange situation. The camera is sitting outside. AP is showing a feed of it, but I don't have the right to show I can't steal their feed. Yeah, it's inside the court. Again, but it's not on the court webpage. It's not on the page that was showing. It's not on the page that was showing the camera. I can't steal Court TV's broadcast. So I do apologize. So I do. I'm looking around just to see. I haven't seen it posted anywhere where I can show it right now. I'm not. The courthouse is not showing it. Reuters does not have it. AFP does not have it. I checked the county page. Actually, you know what's interesting? I'm not even seeing it on Fox News, CNN, or MSNBC. And CNN is actually covering. They're covering the case right now, and they're not even showing it. It's very strange. So I guess AP has a camera there. Yeah. Again, I can't. Some news outlets have cameras in there. Reuters does not right now. Maybe they'll do it and cut to it. I really apologize. Again, I can't just steal some other news channel's footage. And I'm not aware that it's being, I have not heard of any and seen any kind of local law enforcement showing it on their stream or anything. Now, again, I can't, local news, I can't steal their footage. Anyway, so, yeah, you can, again, AP is showing it. Some of our viewers say ABC News has it. I'm sorry, I'm hoping maybe they'll get it and switch to it on the Reuters feed. I really apologize, but it's kind of strange they don't have it. But it's just, again, literally CNN is not showing it, and CNN is talking about the case. So it's kind of a strange situation. Ooh, that's one other thing I could check is, I bet it's not going to be. I could check two other things. Let me take the press conference expected shortly off. Anyway, so I do apologize that I don't at the moment have a stream of that for you. It's kind of, it's a strange situation. But as I mentioned, AP is showing it. Some people said they're seeing it on ABC News. I'll post a link to it. I'll post a link in the chat. I'll post the AP link. I don't own the rights to that. I just posted the link. Oops, I just posted the link in the chat. Well, I'll stick around and see if there's a chance that it'll somehow pop up on the Reuters feed. So, by the way, thanks to Laughing Boy over there on Twitch. You know what I'm going to do? So look, I don't have this right now. I may want to cover some other news this afternoon, but given that I don't have this right now, I think what I'm going to do is start wrapping up the stream, because I might want to take a quick break and jump on and cover some other stuff possibly. So let me just do that. I think that's the best thing to do. I'm sorry about it, but again, you can go watch AP on YouTube. I posted the link in the chat if you want to see the press conference. Let me just start wrapping this up. Look, we saw the whole hearing. We saw the families interviewed outside of it after. So, anyways, but I'm going to wrap up this again because I just don't have it to show you. So, just go watch it, I would say. So, anyways, I really appreciate you being here for our coverage today. Thanks everybody who wrote in and shared their comments. Speaking of which, Jonathan's back said the judge should have restricted book deals or interview funds don't go to family or none at all. I think there may be some sort of laws in Idaho that mandate that people cannot profit off of stuff like that. Also, I don't know if that's something the judge had legal leeway to do. I don't know, honestly, but I understand where you're coming from. Our viewer, Jonathan's back, said that, by the way. Hey, so I really appreciate you joining the coverage, and maybe we'll have more coverage later today of something different, but certainly an emotional day in the courthouse, hearing from the roommates and family members of the victims and watching the sentencing. Hey, let's... and again, I really do apologize. I just for not having the inside press conference video. I just don't have it. I mean, sometimes it just happens that way. I can only show you what I have the rights to. So, by the way, this is Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. If you'd like, you can subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. Make sure you turn on notifications. So you know when we're going to be coming on the air. I can't tell you when big news is going to happen in advance. But we have a notification system. It works great. You can sign up for free and then get a notification sent to you whenever we go live. The mods will post the link in the chat, and also you can find it in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. Sign up for the free notifications. Huge thanks to you for tuning in, and for people who were commenting in the chat and sending me updates and letting me read your comments and asking questions. Thank you for that. Obviously, condolences to the families whose 4 family members were killed back in 2022 by Bryan Kohberger. Just terrible. What can I say? It's really awful, and you heard from a lot of them today. I do really appreciate our moderators who have been here. Thank you so much for moderating the chat. People like Beth Mythical and Roberts May Queen over there on YouTube. Thank you so much for all of your help in the chat rooms. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley. Thanks so much for being there, and all of our other Facebook moderators. And Matthew Kohai 3, Mark and NC, I Got That Fire over on Twitch, Linda Belk, Larry Misha on X. Thank you so much for our moderators. And thanks to everybody for your support of the channel. I may owe a couple more thank yous. Let's see. Oh, hold on. They're either ending the stream. Oh, maybe they're gonna go to they might be going to the press conference now. You never know. Maybe the camera's running inside. See, it says further live coverage is expected. It's possible that the camera is literally going inside right now to catch the end of the press conference. Well, anyways, while we're waiting for that, you can follow me on X for breaking news updates. At Lookner on X is where I post breaking news. Updates when I'm not on the air and when I'm on the air too. And also you can follow us at Agenda Free TV on X. That's another way to find out when we're live. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. I'm gonna keep this. I'll keep the video up. There's a chance that the press conference will pop up in a minute, or the end of it. So I'll leave this running while I keep talking here. I do appreciate, by the way, our subscribers over on Facebook, like Shannon Davis Hughes and Robert Rial II, Lou Knight, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, and Sharon Class and Goslin. Thanks, Mikia Lyles Barr, for the Facebook stars, if I didn't thank you before. And all of our other subscribers on Facebook, as we wait to see if the press conference will pop up. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers too, LCS Fox, Matthew Kohai 3, Wall Street and Shaggy and Amelian. Thanks for subscribing over there. Let's see here. Laughing Boy, My Crystal Clear Life, Sagittarius 009, Graybeard Games, Swangin' 4, thank you. And I'm waiting to see if it pops up here. Thanks to our Discord mods as well, much appreciated. While we're waiting to see if the press conference pops up, let's also thank some of our members on YouTube. Thank you, our YouTube members like Jesse's Girl, Evelyn in Maine, Joe Hart, Pat W, Lil Cam, PZ Wheats, Wickedest Witch, Getchapul, Rob G, Justin King, Sweet Cupcake, the one and only, Riri Patton, Betsy's Tag, CAC813, May, Aldi here. Thanks to all of our members on YouTube. You know, it wouldn't say further live coverage is expected unless they unless they expected it. I really think the camera is trying to walk inside and get the coverage of the press conference. Get the tail end of it. I'm waiting. That's all I can do right now is wait. Evelyn in Maine says it was a hard stream to watch. Yeah, it was definitely hard to see, hear from the family members and about what they've been going through and their thoughts on and that they shared. So I'm just waiting. I really think the Reuters camera is trying to rush inside there and get the tail end of the presser. What is this? I just saw something on the scanner pop up. Hold on a second here. I'll check on that. On hold on. We're waiting to see if the press conference pops up. Lorain County Fire and Police and EMS. I'm hearing. I'll put that on while we're waiting to see if the press conference pops up. I'll put on the scanner from Broadcastify. Thanks, Adrienne Hall. Thank you, Adrienne. I appreciate that. Why am I not hearing the scanner? I should be. Well.
42's 57 and 254 there. He's going to meet you guys on Elyria Ave there somewhere, maybe around 36th Street.
That's Lorain County, Ohio. Some police may have been shot there. So again, I'm putting this up there while we're waiting to see if we get the press conference.
Where you guys at now?
Oh, look, it's the press conference. This is the press. They have the press conference now from Boise. All right, hold on. Guys, we got the press conference. Here we go. Look. We got it.
Reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families.
Audio isn't great, but, well, I'll try to boost up the audio as much as I can. They don't have the audio, I don't think. It's like room audio, not microphone.
Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests of the victims and their families and where they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. And the microphone.
Chief Dollinger, Amanda Rowley with Crime 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation. It's going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out there.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggested that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's with a location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
During Haley Gunther, KHQ, there was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Bryan Kohberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. We looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it.
So it wasn't him?
It was not. It was not. Thank you. Cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second murder weapon used, not just the knife?
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
It sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Kaylee Gonzalez. Can you confirm if you heard that?
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, then probably through them, not with us.
Thank you. And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around, there's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed, so that's where that comment comes from.
It does, and though it doesn't make sense, and it's if you were in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in, but at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there. People that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So, Frederick.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I'm just wondering about the emotional toll on that one.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there
There's a lot of powerful emotions. Losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hitler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph, or they zoomed in on a picture that Bryan Kohberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you heard this or seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First I've heard of it. There is something I need to say though real quick. This is the product of, I'm sure, I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was the key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Herward, former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho, who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight, as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude.
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, and nothing to do with law and crime. You said that it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality. People die in prison, but Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hitler addressed that today very, very well, which Judge Hitler addresses everything very well, we found. To require a specific factual allocation, and just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, when the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk, well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this. But we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Kane and Lieutenant Wilson, first of all, I want to say to you, Corporal Kane, that the Chapin family told me that you called them every night during that nearly 7-week manhunt, even though you didn't have to. And I just think that goes to show the folks don't care what you think of us. So, that being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe the clothes Kohberger was wearing that night are, and how do you think he avoided forensics at the scene?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth, it's just kind of how we roll. There is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak.
Yeah, and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could, but the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So
what about the clothes and his ability, though, to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Kaylee Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and that another victim was stabbed more than
Right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it, and this does happen, and there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions, because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, then that could be the outcome. That's what we were left with.
Gene Casares with CNN. Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Bryan Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done, Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to its conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense on behalf of the defense, it's also sealed by court order, so I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological issues did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where people be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or give you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor both while he was housed and once he was in the county.
Some audio issues there going on.
Thousands of hours of monitoring that was
better.
done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are the possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that, and I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So, trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link, and we have not found one. Not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible, and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the House from their side. So we have never, to this date, found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving roommates.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question's for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You've got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You know, you said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. This question's for Anthony Gallagher, actually. I remember when Anthony was a beat cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning and all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? You know, it was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, you know, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
level of interest in a court case like this in Idaho now.
The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being unsealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Shipler told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, the spokesman for you. I'm just wondering, did a lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you when prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something irrational, then how do you continue knowing that maybe you won't get an answer?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could. So.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on. Whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required, and practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. But thank you for the question.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
Yeah, so Brett, myself, and members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there, and I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation and the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of the Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania.
Can you talk about what he said?
So we went into this interview, we used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit to help us a ton in framing our interview strategy rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level, and then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. That's pretty much
As soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho, so that's when we really started to shut down, and then he just shut it down. So
What was his demeanor?
Calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you
Yeah.
see and whenever you see him in court.
Next question. Yeah, Mike Baker from the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Kohberger's family, whether you've got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So, down to that?
No.
Just wondering if you ever had any idea of what made Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal in the end?
No.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up? I know there were reports.
That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to the investigators? I know there were some reports that there was Kohberger was tied to a container out in the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
No, and the belief was in the one of the surviving roommates in her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
You had an expert who was going to testify about cleaning something off of his work computer, some software experts. Was there any evidence that he had tried to wipe anything from his phone, software-wise? The barn parts, I believe, is their name.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively, so there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Including, I think he had two software, or was it just the one software?
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me
either.
if he had more at his home
So
or office.
it was more than just the work computer that he had wiped with the
Yeah, he
software?
regularly used software to try to wipe, clear things off. He used VPN on his devices also.
Okay, back here. Evan Fixler with the Idaho Statesman. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheath over to Offram Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IgG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that portion.
I'll start and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had a DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Offram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that in what was the beginning of the IgG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case in every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IgG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
Had he not left the knife sheath behind, would you have been able to track him down?
We've talked about this ad nauseum. And the answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found him. We would have found him.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it. But the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, of thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller. And then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten him through the car eventually.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Crum 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also, the Mogen family at the plea hearing mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogen family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick? It felt rushed. So why did this happen so quickly, even though the family?
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We've been doing that for months, and as I mentioned, that's you bringing Mr. Hurwitz in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able, with the manpower, to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families, and we talked to the families, and we solicited their input, and we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June. At the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty, the court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
So trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right, with the jury as a factor and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Okay, question here.
Yes, Michelle Finucci from 48 Hours. I just had a question about when you were looking into Kohberger's past, was there any early sign of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. how may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession. So.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
We'll take this question here, and then we're going to have two more after that.
Yeah, I'm going to argue with CBS News' questions for Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you talked about meeting before the plea deal was reached, including Gonzalez. Have you spoken with Gonzalez's afterward about their displeasure with this, and if so, what's that conversation?
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units, and everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
More questions? Call on you again.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Maddie Creek restaurant due to the vegan menu options. When his digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. Like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection, where's the overlap, and we searched tirelessly and never found it.
At that restaurant.
I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Okay, last question here.
Okay, just two follow-ups to earlier questions. Make sure we're understanding everything correctly. First of all, my question about the family. You said that you didn't get any evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance in the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's? There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously you follow this line of interest in his studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student, similar, a different student in the PhD program.
Gotcha. So then I'm understanding that the planning process, that you're in the investigation, if it was part of the planning, that purchase of the AR knife on Amazon, usually the first, I guess, step toward.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
And we don't
have
know.
anything to show or prove that he did that.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions. And certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that the City of Moscow is going to be putting up, hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world, and today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process, and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice, a commitment we share with you. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the media here today. We understand that you do have a vital role in helping the public comprehend the intricacies of this case, and your continued professionalism in covering this emotionally charged and complex case is appreciated. No additional comments from law enforcement will be made today, and if you have further questions, please feel free to submit those through the agency's public information officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was the press conference there. I'm glad we actually got to see all the Q&A. We got to see the entire Q&A. I didn't think we'd have it, but the camera got in there and we got to see it. So while that press conference was going on, I was following some other news. Just so some people mentioned in the chat, we had actually spoken about it before the press conference, but multiple local outlets in Ohio are reporting that 3 police officers were shot in Lorain, Ohio. For example, News 5 Cleveland says 3 police officers were shot in Lorain, Ohio, and the mayor said 2 are in serious condition and 1 has minor injuries. There are some reports that claim they were ambushed. I cannot confirm that, so I will, after getting off the air, I will certainly keep an eye on that story. And I hope they all survive and can recover quickly. A couple of the things I did hear in that press conference, the authorities said they have found no connection. They have found no connection between Kohberger and the victims' roommates. The roommates at the house. No connection. They have not found social media connection. They haven't found that they knew each other before. They said they have found no connection. They don't know where the knife is. They said that. There are going to be some documents released from this case. There might be some documents released today. I don't know exactly what those are going to be. There was a bunch of other Q&A too. I was trying to keep up with the other news as well. So if you missed it, you can watch. You can go back and rewind and watch the whole press conference again. Because again, we got all the Q&A in the press conference. So they said they looked and tried to find, social media connections or whatever. Did he know them before? Did he have some kind of connection to them? They have not been able to find it. Oops, there you go. So I'll read a few more comments here. Thank you, by the way, to Yano Desan Wan. Yano Desan Wan. Thank you. So if you missed it, you can rewind. We covered the whole hearing with the victims' families, and also 2 of the 2 surviving roommates spoke with Kohberger there. So we covered all that. We had victims' families talking after that hearing. We showed the sentencing, and we showed the Q&A from the press conference. So you can, if I said the word trial, I misspoke because there was no trial. So you can rewind all of it. Evelyn and Maine says, that is messed up. NV says that guy was just crazy then. Yeah. As of right now, they don't have any prior connection. I mean, he did choose the house. All right. So I am going to start wrapping up this live stream? Well, we already did basically wrap it up. So I'm going to do kind of the abbreviated version here because we were just about to get off the air and then we ended up getting that live stream of the press conference. So again, I really appreciate everybody watching the stream and people posting comments in the chat and writing to me with comments. Also the Papa Roger, police said the Papa Roger social media account did not belong to Bryan Kohberger. There was I guess a Facebook account that there was speculation as to whether this account of a person on Facebook was Bryan Kohberger's. But they said it's not him. I forget all the details of that. There was an account posting after the murder that some people thought they were saying stuff suggesting it was Bryan Kohberger. And then the account I think the account might have disappeared. I'm not sure. Anyways, for all of you following that, just in case you were following it, that was said to be not his account. Papa Roger. Yes, Ethan's family the parents, Ethan's family, parents that said they were not coming to the hearing, and none of his family spoke. So I'm not aware of their reasoning for that. I don't know if they publicly gave their reasoning. I'm not sure. All right. All right, let me just quickly, thanks again to all of you for watching. And thanks again to I'm going to shout out our moderators one more time. Beth Mythical, the ones who are still here, and all the ones from earlier. Roberts May Queen, thank you. Linda Bell, Glary, Misha on X, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, and our other Facebook moderators. And Mark H. NC, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. I did the whole goodbye thing earlier, and then we surprisingly got the press conference at the end. So I'm not going to do that all again. But again, thank you to all of our subscribers again, all of our supporters, all of the YouTube members, all the Facebook and Twitch subscribers. And if there's big news later today, I will come on the air and do another live stream to cover it. Okay. So, but I do appreciate everybody watching. And again, condolences, even though it happened in 2022, continued condolences to the families and those close to these victims. Just terrible. But he will now be going to jail for the rest. He has now been sentenced to prison for the rest of his life. Luke Hancherby thinks the motive is incel rage. I do not know. Police did not give a motive. They did not suggest a motive. All right. So that is it for now. Again, thank you for watching our live coverage. If you missed any of it, you can rewind and watch. That's it for now. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.